All right. I think I've got the audio sorted. So let's go over to the chatting screen. Hello, hello. If you're here just to hang out, please feel free to just relax and listen and have this on in the background. You're also welcome to chat. Let me know how the audio is, if the music is too loud, if the mic is too loud or too soft. Want to keep everything very chill today, so I'm not going to be running a game or necessarily building a character. Instead, I'm going to just be doing some generalized prep work. So you might see me pop over to Roll20 and make some adjustments there. I might, if there's an interest, pull up some of the resources that I'm looking at on screen. But otherwise, this is just going to be sort of free-form, free-flowing research, open office hours session where I'm just going to be working on my own campaign and ideas I have for the channel and the library. And like I said, you are welcome to chat with me, anything game related, or even just, if it's your nerdy interest or something you're really excited about or working on. Definitely don't be shy about self-promoting. If what you're working on is a Twitch channel or something, you're more than welcome to talk about that here too. Because I just want this to be a relaxing, creative space where we can all kind of just support each other and get support for our projects if that's what we're looking for. Let's see. In addition to this channel's games, I'm also running my own homebrew campaign. It's been going on for almost a year now. And I'm pretty proud of it. It's my longest running single campaign that even though we have changed players a couple times, there's still 2 of the original players. And so that's really exciting for me. And it is kind of coming into the 3rd act, so we're sort of getting towards the wrapping up, the rising towards the climax kind of moments of the narrative. And I do have an ending in mind, like an end point. But I, as a DM, like to treat the experience very collaboratively. And so my players actually have a lot of input and a lot of sway when it comes to building the world that their characters exist in and expressing their character arcs in a way that feels after having a very stressful start to my week, I thought that creating this space might be very beneficial while I try to do some creative work. And then I thought, hey, maybe I can hold this space for some other people too. And we can co-regulate, as it were, if we're talking like mind body experience. Like, it definitely helps when we can sort of help keep the space together. So well, I'm certainly appreciative. I'm glad. But I was just saying, like, I'm going to be doing just like some generalized prep work, not really specifically working on characters or specifically working on the channel's details. I might go back and work on my own campaign. But while I am doing that, people are more than welcome to just hang out, listen, vibe. I love it. But if you want to talk about what you're working on or ask questions that I can maybe help with in terms of writing or, narrative or research, I'd be happy to pause what I'm doing to help. And this is also, I know it's good etiquette for a lot of streamers that you don't self-promote or you don't promote other projects while you're in their chat, but this specifically is not that time. So this is the perfect opportunity to talk about what you're working on, talk about something that somebody else that you're excited about is working on. Really anything creative or nerdy or interesting, more than welcome to talk about and share for this stream. But otherwise, it's totally just, I'm just gonna kind of keep up a little sort of stream of consciousness, sharing my thoughts as general background noise. And of course, we have the lovely slideshow of Edie so that we can get our daily dose of cute dog. But I actually have added a couple other pretty cute scenes. So if we are just wanting to chill and kind of relax and hang out, I can maybe rotate us through some of those other scenes that are kind of fun. Yona says, I'm just getting stuff done for my new website. Ooh, new website. That's extremely exciting. Too much of the things I need to do are tied to its completion, so that's where I'm at. Awesome. It's a great time. It's a great time, I think, to create your own website, have your own centralized hub. I think that's really prescient of you. I really want to have it done this week, but you know how it is. I do. I really do. We can only do the best that we can, and especially if it's a labor of love, if it's something we're extremely passionate about, it's just not worth burning ourselves up over, and extinguishing that passion. Theory space. Oh my god, it's theory. Oh my god. Okay. Be cool. Deep breaths. I said it was gonna be chill. Hi Theory, how are you? Happy Wednesday to you too. Oh my god, should I try to do a theory chant for Theory? Theory's in the chat today. We're so excited, we want to play. D&D is where it's at. Theory's here and she's gonna chat. Yay, Theory. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm a little starstruck. Oh my god. Just in case anybody doesn't know, Theory Space is a streamer on Twitch. Very, very cool. does just a little bit of everything creative you can imagine. I had a blast in every stream that I have been in, and just incredibly talented person to hang out with. So definitely check out Theory Space, and if that is what you're into, give Theory a follow. Heart, yay. But yeah, so rather than doing like a specific like character crafting or running a session, I'm just going to be doing the dirty work, the behind the DM screen, if you will. Notes and research and prep for session, and I was feeling actually Theory. You were so inspiring to me that I was just like, oh my god, like what a fantastic experience that was. So like, yeah, I was so like inspired hanging out with you and all the other creative folks in that chat, and just like, hearing about your projects and all of the stuff that you've got coming up, like poetry night. Shout out to Theory's poetry night. Like, that's gonna be awesome. And like, thanks to your chat, and you were able to connect me and Merdragon, who we had spoken a little bit previously, but I never would have thought to have reached out to Mer, and you created that space for Mer and I to have that conversation so that I could get past my writer's block, like, and I was like, what a cool connection. And it really reminded me of like a study hall or like open office hours back in college. And I thought that maybe, as a librarian, that's something that I could facilitate too. Rick D999, hi, welcome in. Theory Space, I really love your avatar. I might have to draw one in my style. It's gorgeous. Oh my god, Theory. Okay, you're gonna give me heart palpitations. Theory, my avatar was made for me by an artist that I really respect. I had the absolute privilege of being able to work with her on a D&D project, and rather than use my own picture in the credits, I really was feeling shy and I wanted an avatar, and she went ahead and did this for me, using my picture and some fantasy inspiration. I would absolutely, I think, perish of excitement if you did a rendition, or if you did a rendition of us together, like we're hanging out in space. Oh my god, I would just melt. Oh yeah, I am taking submissions for the poetry jam. Yes, okay, so hey, like I said, Theory's doing a poetry jam. If you do poetry, if that is your jam, check it out, or better yet, submit your own work. From what I was hearing, Theory was offering that you could either submit a recording of your voice reading it, or if you would prefer, Theory could also lend her voice to it. But if that was a barrier, like, don't let that stop you. Aw, thanks, Theory. He says, I think you totally should be a beacon for others. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm just grinning ear to ear. I really can't. I can't even. But I was just talking to Jonathan, saying that we also don't have to necessarily stay in the chatting screen. I have a couple other little ambient scenes that I have prepped, and So today might also serve as a chance to sort of test those out and see how those go. Also, this is only like the second time I've had the audio set up this way. So if the mic volume is not good, if the music is too loud or not loud enough, feel free to let me know and I will adjust the balance as best as I can. But right now the music should just be kind of soft and background and unobtrusive. And I have my voice set to be a little bit above it, so hopefully that balance is good. But yeah, okay. Let's see. I have my my main campaign, which is a ongoing custom campaign that I have written from scratch, and I have been running it for almost a year now, probably about 11 months this month. Oh my goodness, wait, I just remembered that I have the ability to do shout outs. Okay, hang on. Sorry, this is just how my brain works. You might have to deal with me jumping around a couple times. Here we go. Maybe? Like that? I don't think it worked. Wait, do I have to do it like this? I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see. Okay, hopefully it worked. Oh, there, okay. Okay, that time I think it worked. Maybe. Anyway, I was saying before, like, theory was a huge inspiration to me, and just absolutely immaculate vibes in those streams. So if you're here and you're kind of liking what I'm putting down, definitely you're gonna like theory. So go check them out. Just your friendly neighborhood goofball. For sure. Big Back Dirty Dog, happy Wednesday to you too. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you too. Let's see. Speaking of streamers, Big Bad Dirty Dog is a really fun, really positive energy streamer. Plays just a really mean game of words on stream. Let's see if I can remember how this works. I'm so sorry. Did I do it? Let's see. Yes. There we go. Okay. Like I said, really fun, wicked good at words on stream. And just really positive, really fun community. And of course, we are dog lovers here, as evidenced by Edith having her own honorary slideshow at all times. So, welcome on in. We're just hanging out, doing some. I'm doing some prep work for D&D. And everybody is welcome to talk about what they're working on, if they're working on a project, or ask for help even. I am a librarian. That is not just a role play. I actually did work at a library, and I can help out. If you have research questions, if you have writing questions, I can do my very best. Or if you just want to talk about some nerdy things or some fantasy things, I love it because it helps keep my creativity inspired and helps my game writing. So whatever you want to talk about. Oh wow, already following, yay! I hope everyone is having a nice day. Thank you. You clipped the chat chant. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you for sharing that. I was so tickled when I heard you do it for all of us when we joined. Couldn't help it. Yona says, yeah, man, just kind of talking to people about stuff you're making is great for community to create. Oh, speaking of which, I had maybe the coolest idea for a project. Lyris really like when people do it back. It's nice. I'm glad. Ioneth, what is your idea though? If you don't mind sharing, to whatever comfort level you feel. But it's a whole thing, so trying to explain over chat is going to be rough. But next time we talk, I can explain more in depth. Ooh, exciting. That's really mysterious. Can you maybe at least give us a little hint, a little teaser in the chat, if you will? I've come to the conclusion it's outright impossible in print. I've never heard of anyone else doing it before. That's intriguing. That's extremely exciting, and I can't wait to hear the details. Very mysterious. False Hydra. All right, well, you heard it here, folks. Ioneth, our resident writer, author, game designer, is working or is conceptualizing a new project that is just so far out there that he can't even begin to describe it in chat. And our only teaser, our only hint is False Hydra. So stay tuned. We'll see how this develops. It just has a lot of steps to explain. Okay. How intriguing, how mysterious. I, in terms of this channel, have so many ideas of what we could do and where we could go, just depending on kind of how the community grows and develops and sort of organically what we enjoy and what works for us. I primarily have been showcasing D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, and I feel like that is a excellent entry point for a lot of people to tabletop role-playing games. That's like the wider genre that Dungeons and Dragons belongs to. But there are many other tabletop role-playing games out there. The same way there are many PS2 games, and there are many Game Boy games. So there are many different role-playing games out there, of which D&D is just one very fine example that is very popular and, in my opinion, very accessible. But I would like the chance to grow this channel and this space into a place where we explore other TTRPGs, such as perhaps like the Fate Core system, or I know Pathfinder is really kind of a little more rules heavy, but we could also go in another direction and go with a more rules light. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, guten Tag. And yes, this is the honorary Edie slideshow, where as she is with me at all times in person, so too is her image, always honorarily on stream. Iona says, the cipher system is really interesting for storytelling and improvisation. Yes, exactly. So the cipher being another TTRPG engine or core. And so I would really love to explore some different games, sort of within the tabletop genre, especially ones that I feel like lend themselves really well to creativity, improvisation, role play, and storytelling. I also really appreciate games that take a creative approach to combat, because I am a person who, while I do enjoy a fun car chase or, kung fu action sequence, just as much as the next librarian, I will say that I think that by having violence be kind of the go-to recourse of problem solving, we do sort of train our brains and we train our expectations to limit ourselves in terms of problem solving and conflict resolution. And we sort of stop challenging ourselves to look for other ways. And so I definitely also would love to showcase games that have an emphasis on nonviolence or de-escalation or creative problem solving, rather than, our traditional, very combat-oriented game settings. Tiny Pumpkin says, hard agree. I also super love the Monster of the Week game system. Don't know if it's been mentioned as well. I hadn't gotten to that one yet, but thank you. Yeah, Monster of the Week is named after a popular media trope whereby in a weekly serial television show or even like comic release has a particular antagonist or monster that must be defeated, and once it is, everything sort of returns to the status quo. And so that is the Monster of the Week trope. And so in a sort of tongue-in-cheek manner, the makers of this game engine called it the Monster of the Week because it is meant to function in a similar manner, where there is a enemy or an antagonist who must be dealt with in a serial manner, without necessarily escalating the plot every time. And things kind of being able to return to a baseline. Iona says, oh, I made an add-on for Monster of the Week once for a game I ran. That's really cool. It's a great system as well. And Tiny Pumpkin says, absolutely. Iona says, oh, and speaking of systems, while I am still reviewing the classes, the majority of the things you'd need for character creation in our system are reviewed and set. So I can send you the bits that have already been seen if you want to read through the setting, species, and rule basics. And so for those of you who don't know, Iona is of course referring to a game, a TTRPG, that he and some of his partners have worked on. I got the privilege of listening to some of their playtesting sessions, and even though I wasn't even playing or looking at the screen, just from the descriptive language and the sort of back and forth and the role play, I was very immersed and very interested. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun once it's fully released. And so, yes, absolutely, I would love to get my grubby little hands on any material that you are ready and willing to share. And, hopefully one day, for those of you who are curious, or for those of you who are interested in a TTRPG that is set in a sort of historical fantasy setting, this one is, to the best of my knowledge, more of a fantastical sci-fi setting that is very much into the science portion of that abbreviation. Definitely stay tuned, because we will be updating on the sort of release schedule as it becomes available for that material. So Definitely stay tuned for that. Definitely looking forward to that. You know, I think that there is a really heavy tendency in sci-fi settings, especially in role-playing games, to sort of fall into a, I don't want to say a trap, but they sort of have to be defined by a lot of the genre standards that have sort of codified over the years, in terms of like Star Wars in particular comes to mind. And I think that it's always good to have the flexibility to explore the genre in different directions than maybe is just the most popular at the moment. And I think that given the extensive customization that is going to be possible from what I've heard of this setting, you're really going to be able to take that and tailor it to your game and your story that you're trying to tell, without having to necessarily lean so heavily on some of these big genre defining tropes and tendencies. So really looking forward to that. Iona says, we were initially not even going to include a magic equivalent, but one of us insisted, and it took us 2 years to settle on something that worked. Lamau. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, what truly makes sci-fi fantasy? Let's just dig our grubby little mechanic goblin fingers into it. Absolutely. You know, for me personally, when I was in like grade school, we had kind of a science fiction module of study. And so we read sort of, you know, whatever they were prescribing at the time. And what really stood out to me about that module was that underneath the fantasy trappings of the sci-fi, like the science fiction, the science fantasy, underneath this, the whimsical and the speculative and the impossible were usually questions about, you know, what does that mean for us? And when I say us, I mean us as people, as individuals, as a culture, as a society, as human beings sometimes, you know, depending on the scope. And when I see a story that is set in a scientific setting, one that is predicated on a high level of technology or some form of like alien contact or futurism, I do consider that to be sci-fi. But I see it more as like a science fantasy. And I feel like what really turns it into sci-fi for me, what really gets to the core of the genre, is if it's using those things as a vehicle to ask that question, to ask, but what does that mean for us? What does that mean to us? And so I'm gonna go out there. I'm sorry if this gets me haters, but Star Wars to me personally does not use the technology, does not use the science of the setting to ask a question like that. I think it asks plenty of thought-provoking, provocative questions that are engaging and important and inspiring, but it is not using the science of the setting to ask that question. Iona says, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where we are. Iona says, from the perspective of world building, generally fantasy is sci-fi with a lot of strictly fantasy elements baked into it. If you're familiar with Warhammer 40k, for example, that fits the mold. I would argue that Star Wars is sci-fantasy. There are laser swords and just space magic, lol. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, oh, I will absolutely argue that Star Wars is a fantasy story, but not sci-fi. So you guys know, like I said, where I stand on that. But I sort of go back and I think about, when I was really into, science fiction, and we were doing that module. We read a lot of Ray Bradbury, and we read All Summer in a Day, which, if you're not familiar with that, it is a short story published in 1954. And I'm going to spoil it in a second. So if you have not read it and you would like to, before hearing the rest of this conversation, this is your spoiler warning to go now. But considering it was published in 1954, I think that you've had enough time that I'm going to go ahead and talk about it with some spoilers. So in All Summer in a Day, Ray Bradbury speculates about this colony or this civilization on another planet, that speculating that in the future humans have gone out and established ways to live on other planets. And so we, the audience, are introduced to this setting through the perspective of these young school children. Iona says, BRB, by all means, grab your food, come on back. So, Tolatier, welcome on in. Professor Dini, librarian Dini. Welcome, Tolatier. Good to see you. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. You're welcome to hang out and listen in or chime in and chat, whatever you feel like. But so back to our school children on another planet. They are extremely excited because it rains on this planet every single day, all day long, and they are about to get to experience, for one blessed day, for a few short moments, a break in that rain. They are going to be able to go outside and play, and they are so excited about this. And there's one girl in particular who sort of stands out amongst them because she claims that she can remember a time when she got to experience going outside and it not being raining. Tolitier says, just chillin', about to go do some Genshin dailies. Nice, right on. I gotta do mine too, but have fun. And the other kids don't believe her. They don't believe this little girl because they have never experienced a day without rain. It has rained their entire lives on this planet, and this break in the weather is going to be an extremely rare event. And so they don't believe her, and they mock her and they bully her, but she insists. Push comes to shove, quite literally, as is wont to happen amongst unsupervised children sometimes, and they end up locking her in some sort of supply closet. And it's all supposed to be, just a joke, and they're gonna let her out at some point, whatever. But then the break in the rain comes and they are let out to play, and they just get so swept up in it, and they have so much fun reveling in the sunshine and enjoying this for the first time in their lives, that they completely forget about her. And when they come back in, it's already started to rain again, and they realize and we as the audience realize that is all summer in a day, and that she has now missed out on that by being locked in there. And for me personally, there is not a lot of science fiction going on there. There's no fantasy element at all. There's no magic. And the science side of it is very limited. It is sort of completely contained to the mechanic of the rain, which could have been accomplished by other means as well. It didn't necessarily have to be science. Science just was the vehicle in this instance, because the author was speculating about what colonization on other planets might be like. But to me, the emotion that hits when you get to the end of the short story and realize what's happened, and that this little girl has missed all summer in a day, to me, that asks a question of me, the audience, or maybe I am the one that has questions. And I think that is what makes it sort of representative of its genre, more than something like, we could point to Star Wars, that has lasers and space travel and aliens and, all of this super high technology, and you point to that surely and say, well, this one is more science fiction, right? Look at all these trappings. But I think that All Summer in a Day accomplishes with less what Star Wars doesn't really even aspire to, and that's fine. That's not what they're going for. But I certainly am left speculating after All Summer in a Day, and some science fiction I think is more heavy-handed about it than others. And certainly I think that in some cases it's more of a metaphor than necessarily a speculation or a question. But I think science fiction is really, really important because we as a society value precedent. If you look in discussions of law and legality, there are always referring to, okay, what set the precedent, and, taking a look at validating and upholding that decision, or whether or not it needs to be contradicted. And if there is precedent for something, that makes it that much stronger of an argument because there is agreement through time. And to me, in my lifetime, and I'm, coming up from a childhood that I can remember before the internet to now, where I am coming to you live and in person by virtue of the internet. And just in my lifetime, we are having to face things and ask ourselves questions that human beings have never even been able to imagine being in a position to ask before. And I think that is why science fiction is so important, is because we are going to be facing things that there are no precedents for. And when we're confronted with those situations, I think it's important that we have had the chance to speculate and to imagine and to think about what we might do and what preparations we might need to make. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, back to the Star Wars thing, that it may be a futuristic setting, but it doesn't mean it is a science fiction story. And that's your opinion. Heart, heart. That's totally valid. Everybody's opinion is A-okay here. We are talking about stories, and stories should make you feel some kind of way. So, Iona says, certainly valid. Type in... Theory Space is interesting. Tolatir says, I personally only read sci-fi or fantasy these days. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, science fiction also, as a genre, has also nearly always been a pathway to examine and reflect on the anxieties of the time. That is one of the reasons why sci-fi and horror go hand in hand so well sometimes. Absolutely. I think that's a great point. Because science fiction tends to be future-oriented rather than fantasy settings, which are sometimes more historical-oriented. It's a great way for authors and creators to explore the anxieties that people are presently having about the future, and what that might look like. And I think it's very revealing. Especially to go back and look at science fiction of past, generations that's supposed to be kind of coming to fruition in their future, which is our present. I think it can be really insightful into sort of the headspace that a lot of people were in as they confronted things that we now are very comfortable with. Or find very normal. It's interesting to see what about their fears and anxieties maybe was valid, what proved to be sort of more of a boogeyman or a shadow than a true darkness, and what were some things that they didn't anticipate, that they couldn't have anticipated, that we are dealing with as a result of things that they could only have imagined. Tiny Pumpkin says, true. Think of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Yeah. And the way it has been remade over and over. Exactly. I think that there's something very timeless about the fear and the anxiety expressed by that premise, the Body Snatchers. And I think the Body Snatchers is a great example of something that could have a science metaphor or a science vehicle, or could have a fantasy vehicle, because think back to folklore surrounding changelings or folklore surrounding shapeshifters. The anxiety that the people that you know or are familiar with could be replaced by something that looks identical but behaves strange or is in fact other. I think that is extremely telling, that I think that core narrative transformed from being explained through fantasy, being explained through folklore, to being speculated about through, this fictional scientific side of things, that it could be aliens, that it could be high technology, something like that. Tolatir says, I think very soon there will be a lot of stories centered around AI and what is human. We are headed toward the Ghost in the Shell future. And just so everyone knows, Ghost in the Shell is a sci-fi, cyberpunk anime that did a lot of really interesting deep dives into a sort of transhumanism future where the line between human and machine was very much blurred, since humans had the ability to digitize their minds and connect to the sort of neural network that became the internet. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses goes on to say, very much so. I remember reading Feed back in high school in 2005-ish, and the anxiety of the internet. We also see a rise of dystopian novels in the early 2000s. Yeah, absolutely. I remember going to bookstores and Especially like the sort of new adult sections, and seeing just a lot of speculation and a lot of sort of dystopia settings, and a lot of them were very much to the best of my ability, remembering they were like identity based. There was a lot of anxiety around dystopias that were in some way predicated on the population being divided into different identities, whether or not that was cyborg or alien or whatever else, and then the other flip side of that being a lot of like what I would consider to be climate or scarcity anxiety. So a lot of stories where the dystopia is a setting where resources are scarce, the environment is toxic or hazardous to the health of the population, on top of whatever else is going on. Like, that is kind of the backdrop, is this very hostile environment. Tolatir says, I don't think that has ended. Post 9/11 really hit hard and changed our outlook on the world. Ioneth says, back. Just in time, Ioneth. Gonna lurk while I do some work. All right, enjoy your lurk. That's exactly what this is here for. Please feel free to just enjoy the background vibes. Since we are... Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, I agree. American international diplomacy was very distrustful, more hostile, less hero, and shining armor. I think from my perspective, the dystopia genre and like the increase in seeing it, I think a lot of that has to do with, also in addition, exposure. I think that especially its prominence in young adult and sort of teen fiction is because those age groups, younger and younger, were getting more and more exposed to some of the harsher realities going on in their communities, in their country, in their global communities. And it was on just an unprecedentedly personal level. It no longer was just parents or adults talking about things that are boring sounding at the table. It was videos coming out of people their age recording on flip phones from first person perspectives. It was blog posts coming out detailing the daily effects of what was happening, and I think that brought those anxieties about the future to an age group that was much younger than previous generations, perhaps. And then in addition to that, there was sort of in the 90s a lot of rhetoric around like sort of promising kids the world. Like, there was a lot of rhetoric around being anything you wanted to be and doing anything you wanted to do as long as you worked hard and had a good heart and treated people right. And then as that generation that grew up on that message came into young adulthood, when these novels start becoming super popular, they started to realize that in reality they were going to be very limited by things that they had no control over, things that they were going to be inheriting as they became adults. And I think that the genre, the dystopia, is very telling of that disappointment and that frustration. Toleteer says, Trumpism further exacerbated our bleak outlook on things. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, oh, exposure. That is good. That is a good point. The overwhelming information that is less and less filtered. I mean, anyone right now can see literally combat footage on Reddit. Toleteer says, it's interesting to look at the future of something like Blade Runner. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, and we watched 9/11 literally happen on live TV. I remember. I was homesick with strep throat, not for the first time, and my mother was home with me, which was rare. I think I probably gave it to her, probably by accident. And she was sitting on the edge of her bed watching the TV, watching the news, and I stumbled in my pajamas, not really paying attention to what they were saying or what was happening on screen. And I threw myself into her lap dramatically, trying to get her attention. And her eyes were just glued to the screen. And I thought that was odd. And after a couple more attempts to kind of get her attention, I finally realized that whatever she was watching on TV must have been extremely scary, because the look on her face was just abject horror. And I finally turned my attention to it, and I saw the footage that they were airing and what was going on, and it took me a moment to realize that what was happening wasn't normal. And that might sound kind of shocking, but from my perspective at the time, I really thought that things like terrorist attacks just happened all the time around the world, and that it was happening in America shouldn't have been so strange or surprising. And so, little me with my sore throat is going back to hey, pay attention to me. But in retrospect, I think it's pretty wild that whereas this incredibly shocking event rocked the foundation of the general psyche of our entire nation, to my little mind, it was just, of course this is happening. This is the world we live in. Already, I was already there. Toleteer says, in the 80s, we thought the revolution was going to be in energy. Unlimited energy would give us flying cars, but instead that revolution was in information. Now our concerns and angst are less around individualism and more tribal, more interconnected to others. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, I remember thinking it was fake, and my teacher got into an argument with another about whether they should show it to 9th graders. Which is an argument that is still happening, right? Not necessarily about that particular incident, but we are still getting into conversations about what we should and shouldn't show to 9th graders. And I believe that science fiction, what is special about science fiction, and like I said, what sets it apart from fantasy in a scientific setting, is that science fiction confronts these questions and asks these questions of us. And that's not to say fantasy can't and doesn't. I think other forms of fiction do have extremely important messages and themes, and can be very thought-provoking and can ask their own questions in their own right. But I think what's special about science fiction is that speculation is honed, is focused, if you will, on science and technology and what those new ideas and new possibilities will mean. Tolatir says, we live in an Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World. I remember trying to get through A Brave New World. It was a tough read. Instead of, and it continues on, instead of Orwell's 1984. Honestly, given the book situation in Florida, I can't believe that there hasn't been a call for bonfires at this point. Like, they're doing their best to effectively be that. Libraries all around the state have been gutted or taped up until special certified book reviewers, whatever that means, whoever those people are, can comb through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of children's media in order to put the stamp of approval on a selective pre-approved sampling and censor the rest. It's I don't know. I don't know if people need to actually see smoke or feel flames before they realize that that's what's going on, but we already there. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, absolutely. But genre help with the framework for stories. Fantasy gives hope, horror shows inner anxieties, sci-fi tends to show societal change and thoughts. Tolatir says, well, it's like we are so inundated with information that we are willing to give up our freedom and individuality to interpret it for us. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, on the Fahrenheit 451 talk, there have already been groups that have burned books, and I bet you can guess which ones. Yeah. So as a librarian, I think it's pretty safe to say I am against book burning and censorship. And I'm going to do my best to stick primarily to things that I know about when I speak here on the channel, and not contribute to spreading misinformation. But I think that, part of this being a safe space is being a safe space for people to talk about the truth and what is really happening. So while that's certainly not the focus, it is definitely okay to talk about. Theory says, gotta head out, but it was so nice to be in your chat. Really love the way you explain things. Theory, thank you so much. See you next time. Heart, heart. Absolutely. Thank you for stopping by, Theory. For anybody who didn't hear when they came in, Theory Space is another streamer who has an extremely wide skill set and set of talents, from writing to drawing and visual arts to gaming and all sorts of things. Theory is hosting a poetry night. Submissions are still open. Go give them go check out their channel, give them a chance. And if you like the vibes here, I'm pretty sure you're gonna like them there. And go ahead and give Theory a follow. Tolatir says, you do the just chatting streams really well. Oh, thanks. Yay. Oh, Tolatir, did I give you a shout out when you came in? I think I was deep down my own train of thought here. So let me make sure that you get that. Let's see. SO at why isn't it working for you? Tolatir. Okay, I don't know if that worked. But But just in case it didn't, everybody, Tolatier is also a streamer. Part of Campfire Stream Team, an extremely fun, friendly group of streamers that to go into one of their streams is just like spending the afternoon hanging on the couch with a bunch of your friends while somebody or all of you play video games. I mean, it really is that atmosphere in a bottle, if you will. And Tolatier in particular mainly streams Street Fighter and lately Fire Emblem Engage. And it has just been super fun hanging out in there. And like I said, it's just like the name says, just like hanging out around a campfire with your buds, having a nice evening in summer, like very chill, very fun. Okay, the shout out did not work, and I don't know why, because I am doing it the same way that I do it for everybody else, but for some reason when wait. Okay, I don't know what happened. Maybe my page just had to refresh, but I think that one might have worked. So, see, I don't really know. I have a lot of stuff, and Key to Life is primarily the one who knows what's going on with everything. I don't think I have a bot. I just do it manually, or somebody does it. But that time your name came up when I hit the button, so I think it knew what I wanted that time, and it didn't the other time. But yeah, if my shoutouts are not working for some reason, then all you have to do, click on Tolatier's name in the chat, and it'll pop up a little banner, and then if you click again, it'll take you to his channel. But very cool, very fun streams. And he just started to play Genshin Impact. So while it's not a thing, yet, you never know. It could be on the horizon. I also like to play Genshin Impact. It's my favorite game right now, sort of my fixation. So if you ever see me playing Genshin and want to stop in and say hi, you are more than welcome to. But just a fair warning, my poor computer can barely handle running Genshin, let alone running Genshin and streaming. I only really do it because there are in-game incentives for doing it. So I apologize in advance if you go into one of those streams and it's extremely laggy or extremely scuffed. You do not by any means need to feel beholden to stay. I will not feel bad or lonely if you bug out. But yeah, if you're interested in Genshin and want to come hang out, or if you want to learn about Genshin and what it's all about, feel free to pop in on any of those streams, and I will do my best to explain what it is I am doing, how the game works, what it's all about, for people that are looking to get into it. Or just curious what all the hype is about, what all the hubbub is about. Tiny Pumpkin says, OMG, drew another one in. Extremely laggy. Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's not just me, though. Key2 Life also plays Genshin, and Seer also plays Genshin, and they're also on Campfire. So it's not just me. It's all of us. We are slowly but surely gaining mass and gravity the more we rope into playing. And Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, if you're wondering how this keeps happening, maybe you should ask yourself if maybe there's not something more going on and it might actually be worth playing. You never know. You might just like it. Tolatier says, lol, the answer is yes. I will start streaming Genshin at some point. Oh, You heard it here first, folks. Tolatier, extremely amazing Street Fighter streamer and member of Campfire's stream team, is going to start streaming Genshin Impact at some point. Look forward to it. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, girl, I cannot. I have to be the main character this summer. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. You know, there's always time when you get back. You know, there's always time. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, I did notice that you have set up your channel a little bit. Are you planning on streaming, or I know right now probably it's not really possible with how your internet is not very reliable, but potentially when you get back into more reliable Wi-Fi? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Raccoon face. No pressure, no pressure. I just, this is a time for people to kind of talk about their projects or whatever they're working on, or if they have anything like creative going on. And so like, just wanted to give you the chance in case it is something you're kind of thinking about. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, I may have set it up in anticipation of streaming while away. Ooh. Well, we'll just have to keep our eyes peeled, huh? Yeah, girl did not get a scholarship I was counting on. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But in terms of, you know, school and scholarships, it can be extremely competitive sometimes. It's really unfortunate that sometimes it really does just come down to the fact that there's more need than there are resources available from any given program at times. Okay, mostly just looking out on traveling money. Well, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, do you have like a GoFundMe or a coffee? If so, and you want to post it, like you can post it here, you can post it in Discord, whatever you're most comfy with, if that would help. If that is something that you have, I don't know. Tolatier says traveling isn't a bad idea. I think that traveling is a really good way to widen your perspective, you know, to sort of enhance your imagination, get out of your sort of mundane routine, if that is something that has sort of begun to happen. It is unfortunately not as accessible for everyone, which is unfortunate. But if you do have the opportunity and are able to, even if it's not that far, even if it is just for a little while, I think traveling is a great idea. Oh, so Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says that they do have a GoFundMe, and they have posted that link in the chat. So just in case anybody is interested, or if you just want to, you know, boost the link, copy paste it into your own socials or whatever, you know, help a fellow creative, a fellow bookworm out as they go on this journey that they are going to certainly report back to us all about when they get the chance. They are the main character after all. Please go ahead and share that link. Solitaire says, yeah, shake up your stable datum sometimes. Yeah. I definitely, while I do appreciate routines and I do appreciate stability, I'm not somebody that has the constitution to deal with a lot of surprises on a regular basis. I do also appreciate a bit of spontaneity and a bit of fun. A lot of these pictures with Edie you'll see are us hiking. That was one of our favorite activities. We love to just sometimes on the spur of the moment because the weather looked nice or we unexpectedly had a few free hours. I would just suit her up, fill up a water bottle, grab a backpack, and we would head wherever. And we were very lucky and fortunate that we lived in a place where there was so much beautiful and accessible hikes nearby. They were free, so that there was no pay barrier, and a lot of them were at a level of physicality that was accessible to people that are not necessarily star athletes, for instance. And it really made for like a magical experience. So definitely a fun way to kind of shake up your routine, to do something a little spontaneous, go on a little adventure, and still be home for dinner, Tolotira says, I'm a creature of routine. I feel that. And then Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, see, I am someone who tries to find a different way to walk to class every week. LOL. And that's fine. There has to be someone in the party, right? Like, we all are just one big adventuring party together. And there always has to be someone willing to find the new routes every week and go on the different path. And, the rest of us will hold it down the rest of the time. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, but a home for dinner is very important. Yes, extremely important. I am not the kind of librarian that can miss many meals. I'm also very a hobbit. Yeah. That hobbit lifestyle, Tolkien maybe did not intend for this, but I think sort of created this awareness of cottagecore in the cultural zeitgeist that maybe didn't exist before. And by putting it in a fantasy setting, he took it away from the sort of British or strictly British context and made it more accessible to subgroups, in my opinion. And here we are. Tolotira says, guess ultra marathoner Deanie won't be happening. If by ultra marathoner you mean like running and swimming and riding a bike, I hate to break this to you, but no, I don't believe that any of those things will be happening. But if you are talking about like binging every season of Supernatural until I don't even know what year it is and I haven't gone outside in 5 days, then I can neither confirm nor deny at this time. So would you be more of a Frodo Baggins or a Samwise and settle down? That's a great question. Considering I do have PTSD, I think Frodo is very much in my wheelhouse. But in my heart, I really hope that I have the heart of a Samwise, somebody who I may not be able to carry the ring, but I can carry you. Like, I might not be the big hero, the chosen one who's gonna defeat evil. But I love you, and I will do everything I can to make sure that you are successful in your defeating of evil, you know? Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, that man knew. He elevated and idolized the common man, the rural, the beer-drinking kind who grow the finest weed in the Shire. Bless him. 100% valid takes today are being had by Tiny Pumpkin Kisses. And there was, and no notes. 10 out of 10 accurate, if I was grading this assignment. Yeah. And I think it is that understanding and that idolization that comes through so strongly, even generations later, across time and across cultures. I feel like it is that insight that he had that really comes through in that area of his world building and in that area of his writing that really speaks so strongly to the community that has rallied around it over the years. And I really hope that, you know, I think Magic the Gathering, like the card game, recently released a Lord of the Rings inspired card set, and in it the art is that artist's interpretation of the characters, and in one of them I believe Aragorn is portrayed as a black man, and I have seen various reactions to that, and I think the silliest reaction of all is, Tolkien would hate this. You're disrespecting Tolkien. This is a slap in the face to him as an author and his art and blah, 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 blah. I think of all of the tomfoolery and nonsense arguments out there about why people want to be mad about this, that is the absolutely most baseless one. Because exactly like what Tiny Pumpkin Kisses was saying, he elevated, he idolized the common man. He had, I think, a very deep sense of empathy and love for human beings, and he wanted to show that overcoming evil and overcoming greed and the lust for power and violence. And I think that there is nothing against any of that in letting Aragorn be represented as a black man. His race isn't mentioned in the books because it's not important to the narrative. Period. End of it. And so this artist is just as valid in this representation as any artist in their representation. It's not a slap in the face to Tolkien, and I think Tolkien would celebrate such an interpretation being embraced on, such a big platform as Magic the Gathering. So that's my take on that, even though nobody asked. Toltier says, you should start a book club. Maybe I will. Listen, in the Discord, there is, and Toltier, I know you've been in there and been having a great time. I have been loving all of your recommendations. Thank you so much. But there is a text channel called the Eternal Summer Reading Project, or the Eternal Summer Reading Program, and I put a little bit of a description in it, but maybe now is my chance to kind of explain it a little bit better. When I was working in the library, when I was working in a children's library, so a library specifically for grade schoolers, we had these reading programs that were meant to run for a set number of months or a season, and they were a highly organized, highly focused campaign meant to engage children in reading anything, reading everything, guiding parents on how to engage their children in and foster that love of reading, how to come together as a family and a community over our shared love of books and reading. And those reading programs were such fun. I absolutely loved the themes and the little activities, and sometimes there were little like trackers or incentives to kind of show how much you were reading or what you were reading. And at the end of it, we all just like celebrated, no matter if you met your reading goals, if you didn't. It was just a really fun way to connect with our community over our shared love of books and reading. And so I think that particularly, so the summer reading program was important because schools would be out of session for summer. So if you're not, from the American educational system, that's like 3 months, June, July, and August, where school is out of session. And teachers for a long time have struggled because when kids come back to school after being out for 3 months, a lot of times they need a refresher or they need remedial kind of lessons because they have kind of let that part of their brains be idle or unused while they have either pursued summer work or done other things. But so the summer reading program became incredibly critical for us at my local library because it was our best way to keep kids engaged in learning even over the unstructured period of the summer. So that way, when they were coming back into school in the fall, they weren't so stressed. They weren't feeling so behind, so pressured to catch up. And in addition to that, like with school not being in session, a lot of the students were not having that structured time to engage with their peers and their communities, and we wanted to facilitate that as well. So the summer reading program, just for me, it was like the perfect culmination of it's summer, school is out, the weather is beautiful, everybody is or not everybody, but a lot of people are happily enjoying the season. And then on top of that, there's all of these incentives to read and have books and go to the library. And because there's no school, there's no homework, you have all the time in the world to just hyper fixate on like the entire, mystery series that you've found 12 copies of. Anyway, I digress. So I created the Eternal Summer Reading Program channel as a way to potentially capture some of that magic. I really wanted it to be a place where everybody could come together and just be excited about what they're reading or what they've read, share recommendations, or even share flames, like, stay away from this book, I read it and it was awful. I mean, feel free to rake that book through the coals if it deserves it. But like I said about coming up with ideas and growing the channel, like it's still at its infancy. We're still in the very, very beginning, and we have the chance to shape it into what we want it to be. So if we want to make it even more like a traditional summer reading program, I can offer challenges or book recommendations, and I can try to schedule discussion nights where we can get together and talk about what we've read. That definitely would all be very in keeping with a book club or a summer reading program. Even down to, if we really wanted, we could create cute stamps or stickers or bookmarks or tracking sheets, all of which we used to employ during our reading programs back at the library. Kids could get a sheet. Sometimes we called it like a passport or something. And every book that they read, they would come back and get a sticker, or we would, put a check mark or something like that. And, and then at the end, they would get like a cool bookmark or something fun. We could even employ stuff like that if there's really an interest and people think it would be fun. I would love that. So yeah, in answer, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, a bitch I might. Toileteer says, do you like reading in cool places like coffee shops or outdoors? Absolutely, Toileteer. Depending on what I'm reading, I will admit that I am the kind of girly who can't help but blush if I'm reading something a little spicy. So the smut stays home. But anything else, I love reading fantasy out in nature settings, especially if it is set in that nature setting. So if it's like a mermaid's fantasy story, if I can read that at the beach or at the springs or on the water, I'm loving it. If it is like wood elves living in a magical forest, if I can maybe go on a hike and find a great rock to sit on in the woods, and just enjoy the sort of dappled sunlight and bird song as I read about traveling through the woods, I love it. I don't tend to enjoy crowded places. That's just me in general. And I find that while I can read there, and in fact I do read as a strategy to try and be more comfortable in crowded spaces, I don't prefer it. There is always a part of my awareness that is sort of scanning the crowd, and it's not really something that I have an easy time shutting off. And no matter how engaging what I'm reading is, sometimes it can become distracting to the point where I feel like I'm not really as immersed in the story as I otherwise could be. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, partner with Uber Eats and get a pan pizza when you get a certain book count, LOL. Oh my goodness, speaking of, okay, not really speaking of Uber Eats, but that's really funny you should mention it, Pumpkin Kisses. So on my channel, on my about page or the video page, if you scroll down, I actually found this really neat website called Treats or Treat. Oh, hi, Seer. Hi, Spence. Oh my God, welcome in, you guys. Hi. But yeah, I found this site called Treat. And so if you guys click that button, it will take you to my Treat page where I have pre-selected a couple of my favorite takeout orders from the local, takeaway scene. And so this gives you guys the chance to, if you want, if you feel so inclined, and if you're in a financial position to do so, you guys can treat me to dinner or buy me a treat from one of my favorite places, and they will deliver it to me. And no exchange of information needs to happen. So you guys won't, I'm able to do this totally safely without anybody seeing my address or my information, and I will never see your financial information. All of that is completely handled by the facilitated by the site. So yeah, just a neat little thing. I think that nothing goes better with D&D than snacks. And so I just thought this might be a funny way for us to further connect, as you guys can learn what some of my favorite treats are. And like I said, if you're in the position to do so and you feel so inclined, you can always treat me or give me a treat in that way. So as always, I love you all. I'll be so grateful, but it is just a little sweet thing. Not a requirement, not any pressure. Obviously, just wanted to point that out since it's new and I'm very excited about it. It is only going to be active while I'm streaming, though. So if you come to my page and click the link while I am not streaming, it will be inactive. And it becomes active 30 minutes before I start to stream and 30 minutes after. And there's also a cooldown timer. So if you're thinking to yourself, this is nuts, what happens if I go and get you a treat and then somebody else goes and gets you that same treat? Like, you're just going to get so much food. It's going to be crazy. Don't worry about it. There's a cooldown timer. So if somebody does go get me a treat, which I love the spirit, and you are thinking like, I want to get you one too, but I don't want you to be overwhelmed, like, don't worry about it. It won't click back on for I think another like 2 hours, just to give us a nice little window. And if that's where your head's at, if you're thinking, oh, I wanted to get her a treat, but it's in cooldown, I can't, love that energy, love that spirit, I also have a coffee. So you won't be able to like literally send me like the coffee, but metaphorically you can buy me the coffee. The link is down on the doobly-doo, and that is always open, but just taking this opportunity to mention it. But Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, OMG, speaking of blushy, fun, sweet smut, have you read Hunger Pangs? No, I have not. What is it about, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses? Seer says, been lurking for a bit, but finally back at my desk. Aw, yay, Seer. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for chatting. I appreciate you. Seer says, treat stream is awesome. I use that also. Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. See, I didn't know that because I am dumb and I don't scroll down on people's pages when I'm on their channels. So this is just wanted to mention it just in case, because I know some people just don't see that stuff when they're watching the stream. But yeah, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses. I mean, obviously for research purposes and whatnot. Why don't you give us that author, those deets a little bit? Seer says, mostly only use it during special events now. It's kind of pricey here. Yeah, that is the unfortunate piece. Like, in the interest of full disclosure, there is a markup because the platform takes a cut of the costs, obviously because programming and servers are not free. But I do think that it's not like an exorbitant fee for what the service provides, and just a nice thing to give people the option to engage in that way if they want. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, okay, here's the deets on that. They have a spicy and a less spicy version depending on how much smut you want. It's a lovely romance set in fantasy Edwardian, not London, with fairies, werewolves, and vampires. Sorry, I don't know why my accent started to change at the end of that sentence. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses goes on to say, and also it's got some great representation for disabled peeps. Let me grab the info. BRB, please do. Because that sounds amazing. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses has posted that link in the chat for us. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, would you go ahead and also do me a humongous favor and post that link in the Eternal Reading program in the Discord as well, just because I will be investigating further, let's say. Thank you so much. Backpack Muffin, hi! Lurking while Mama and Nikki are over. Tell them I said hi and send them my love. He is working. But thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the lurk. But yeah, for everybody who is not already in the server, there is a link to my Discord in my bio. You're welcome to join. That is where Tiny Pumpkin Kisses is gonna also be posting that link in the Eternal Summer Reading Program text channel, where we post all our favorite books and, you know, comic books, graphic novels, any sort of story that takes place with the spoken word. In other words, the written word can go there. Backpack Muffin says they say hi and love you too. Yay! Seer says, is the bot off? I don't know anything about that. I'm so sorry. I sit here and I say the words. I try to entertain the people, but I don't know how any of it works. Only Key to Life knows. It went on vacation. Oh, that's right. Okay, because Seer needs a... Okay, hang on. SO at Seer. There we go. I was distracted talking about whatever I was talking about at the time. But, Seer is also... Anybody that doesn't know, Seer is also a streamer, campfire streamer, like I said before. Super amazing. She's actually been on the stream before. We built her a custom character and it was so much fun. Seer's also a mod, and she is the best mod, a great mod. She takes care of everything, and all of us, and, you know, keeps us safe from bots and stuff like that. So definitely check her out if you get a chance. I tried to give her a shout out. I don't know if it worked because it wasn't working earlier with Tolatir, but then it did work maybe. So I don't know what's going on at this time. Seer says third best. Key and Spence beat me out. What? No. Listen, in my heart, there's enough love for everyone equally. It's okay. What bot though? Because what is it supposed to be doing? Spence says, I think you beat me out as a mod, Seer. Yeah. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses says, alrighty, lovey, 'tis my bedtime over here. Oh, okay. Well, have a good sleep. Good night. Why don't you, what is German for good night? Sweet dreams. Do they say something like that? Do they say sweet dreams? I don't know. But I hope you have a good night. You sleep well. Guten Nacht. Guten Nacht. Sweet Tiny Pumpkin Kisses. I hope that you have excellent dreams. You get a good rest. Thank you for spending some time with us and hanging out during office hours. It was really good to chat with you. Susentraum. I'm sorry to any and all German speakers in the entire world for my pronunciation of things. But that's what I got. That last one is literally a translation. I don't know if it's a real saying. I will look. Okay. Oh, I did good. Okay, thank you. Seer says it posts to respond to the commands. Oh, you're talking about the bot that sometimes posts like no backseat DMing. Like it occasionally will just chime in on its own. Yeah, that is weird. I haven't seen it post anything this entire time. But I don't know what's going on with it. And I don't know how to fix it if that is what's going on. Okay, Toltier says, your office hour is more fun than my college professors. I'm glad. That's good. I imagine that's it's a nice, chill, relaxing vibe as opposed to like, oh no, I'm gonna fail this class if I don't get into these office hours. Seer says, Key can look at it later. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it too. Toltier says that might be why your shoutouts are wonky. Just poke Key to help fix it. Yeah. Unfortunately, Key is not feeling well. Once again, laid low by some virus. So when Key is feeling up for it, I will have her take a look at my Streamlabs or whatever and see if we can figure out what's going on. Seer says mod view shows it's inactive for some reason. It could just be down on their end. Possible. It's also possible that their servers are down or something. But so far everybody's been very well behaved. Nobody has been backseat DMing. So that's good. Although considering there's nothing to backseat DM, that's also fair. Why don't I you got some good students. Yeah. Why don't I move us over? I did want to try out some of these new backgrounds that I have been experimenting with. So let's try moving over to this one. Okay. I think that worked. Let me know if I broke something, but I'm really excited about this one. You're not gonna believe this when I tell you, but this one is actually not even from the same artist as the main library background that I use. And yet they're so perfect. So I'm so excited about this and I hope it works. But yeah, just let me know if I broke something. Because I also took the chat over. But not 100% sure if it's working. Oh, okay. It's comfy. Good. Okay. Yeah. I thought like when I think office hours, like I thought this one might be kind of more cute. Because it is got these like comfy couches and the fireplace. And I don't know. I think it's got good office hour vibes, and I put my little chibi on it. So this one's kind of exciting. I also like gave myself, what did I do? Oh, is it? No. I'm sorry. Oh, so here, I gave myself like a little layout that I can put text on. So if we're chatting and I need to put notes up, or if we're doing like character stuff and I would need to like put some notes up on the screen for people to see, I can do that much more easily now. We don't have to necessarily always go back to Roll20. So built that in, and I'm pleased to see that it is working. And all the audio sources seem to be working. Wait, no. One of them is not here. Add that to the list of things to have Key look at. Actually, I think I might be able to fix it. So let's pop back to the chatting screen and nope. I don't actually know how to do this. No. That's okay. But the background is working. I just don't think that the audio is, which is probably. Oh no! Whoops. Sorry. I forgot that I have to do something here. Okay. Let me think. Maybe no. Okay. I actually don't know. I think I'm just gonna have to ask Key later again. But the good news is I think it's gonna be a simple fix. I just am a simple librarian and I don't know how OBS works. Okay. That's okay. But yeah, so I got that one, and I have a couple of other cute ones that I'm excited to use at some point. But yeah, so I just have some work to do for my campaigns, and working on some notes, looking up the odd detail here and there. So while I do that, I'm just gonna kind of be talking about the things as they come up as I'm working on them, and just for anybody that wasn't here earlier when I was talking about it, like, feel free to also talk about what you're working on. You know, if you have the stream on as just kind of like background ambiance, it's just kind of a nice way to body double. You know, you're more than welcome to just vibe, but if you're excited about something, if you are working on a project or somebody you know is working on a project that you're excited about, feel free to talk about it in here. You know, I know that when a streamer is on, it's not always the right time to self-promote or to talk about other things. But this is a special stream. We're all here just to hang out and be creative and talk about what we're interested in and what we're working on. So feel free to, you know, share. Or, you know, I was also a librarian. So if you need help with a writing project or researching something, I can do my best to help you. We'll see. Beck Muffin says, my project is recovering from gallbladder surgery. Absolutely. That is your primary mission. Please apply all of your energy and creativity to that goal. I would very much like for you to be recovered from your gallbladder surgery. As speedily and painlessly as possible. So just rest and recover. That's what it is all about. And I know it can be hard sometimes. I think there's a very pervasive, very kind of sneaky message that all of us internalize from time to time, that tells us that any amount of idleness, any amount of rest or stillness is somehow morally abhorrent, or indicative of something bad or negative. And I think it's important to examine that thought and those feelings and be very critical of them, and make sure that we are asking whether or not taking the time to rest and be still and recover can actually be described as a morally anything. If anything, it's a morally neutral act. And if anything, it is important. It's just as important as working, or as being productive, or as, pushing for something. It's all about balance. And that balance is going to look different for everyone. And that's okay. Beck Muffin says, Eoneth and Mama are taking good care of me. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Sear says, I am completely not working on the projects I am supposed to be doing. And hey, that's okay. But, if you want to talk about them, that's cool too, though. Even if you're not working on them, I'd still love to hear about them. Or maybe if there's a block or some sort of issue or challenge, if there's anything that I can help brainstorm or come up with ideas or support, I'd love to help. No pressure. Like I just said, this is also a totally welcoming place to just hang out and be and relax. But feel free if you want to have another set of eyes, another set of ears on it. And of course, Toilet's here with the very poignant, damn capitalism. 10 out of 10, no notes. Sierra says, technically I can't because someone could read and or watch back and they can't have the info. I see. Okay, understandable. This is a public forum, not a private consultation, so I completely understand if there's some sensitive information. But just so you know, I did consider whether or not working on my campaign on stream was wise, considering that if somebody did play it back or watch it, it might have spoilers or details or something like that. But I've decided to embrace it. That's just another challenge for me as a DM, as a storyteller, and I'll meet it. I'll figure it out. I don't necessarily think that it would ruin it. Or that there would be anything kind of unsalvageable from the situation. I think we could recover quite nicely. But in terms of, we were just talking about the summer reading program, the text channel and what that means in general. If you guys have ideas and want me to see them and or think that they would be cool, feel free. to even talk about like ideas that you have for the channel or stuff that you think would be interesting or fun. You know, you can post about that in the dream journal. You can talk about it here in chat. You can talk about it with me directly, or you know, I have a lot of my own ideas, and I certainly have like a picture in mind, but I think that a lot like how I run my my D&D tables, I am always listening for player feedback and player input, you know, to enhance the experience, so that we can have as much fun together as possible. But let's see, what should I be working on? You ever have an idea and it's a great idea, you love it, you're so excited about it, but then when you actually go to do it, it's like, why can't this just like already be done for me? I don't want to actually write it. I just want it to be written. I'm having one of those moments. I really like my idea, but I just can't figure out how to write it. And I have written it. I wrote it once and then went to sleep and woke up the next day and hated everything about it. And then I tried to write it again. And, you know, I did that by like making some changes to the first draft, but then I slept on it again and I was like, no, I hate this still. And now I'm a little gun shy. Like I don't know. And of course I know that fear of failure is the sort of poison to creativity. So the more I get in my own head about how much I'm gonna hate it no matter what I write, or how much I like it while I'm writing it, the harder it is to just be open and creative and write. So I definitely don't want to go down that road and be in that cycle either. Beck Muffin says, I believe in you. Aw, thank you, dear. You know, I don't know if other people have kind of experienced that, and want to talk about, like, if you have, like, what have you done to help overcome it? Like, you know, to kind of set aside that feeling of, like, no matter what I write, or no matter how much I like it while I'm writing it, I'm gonna hate it. It's gonna be terrible, or it's gonna be bad. I think that there are different things that work for me at different times. Sometimes just walking away from it for a period of time is helpful, because I just am needing some perspective and needing some space to kind of process and distance myself from the work for a little bit, and then come back to it with a more neutral, critical eye, where I can then more clearly see what was working, what isn't working, and make those changes and move forward. Now, admittedly, that is sometimes also where projects go to die. You know, the hyperfixation wears off, the fascination kind of ends, and I move on to the next idea, you know, that is exciting or shiny or interesting. And I know that there can be a lot of shame around that. You know, there's certainly some predication on, like, the idea that you shouldn't quit, you shouldn't give up, you should never abandon things halfway through. And while I think that is certainly appropriate at some times, there are certain things that just because they get hard, or just because they are challenging, and just because you need a rest or a break, doesn't mean you should give up, doesn't mean you should stop or forget about. But when it comes to like ideas and interests and maybe even hobbies, like things that bring you joy, if it not to be Marie Kondo about it, but if it no longer sparks joy, I think it's okay to move on and let go. And, maybe in the back of your mind, remember that at what point this thing brought joy, and it might bring joy again in the future, but it's just not in this moment, and that's okay. It doesn't make you a flake. It doesn't make you fickle. It doesn't mean that you can't follow through. I think it's just that we have to be choosy, and we have to be particular about the things that we push ourselves to follow through with. And that means being selective, and that means that some things are not going to make the cut, and that's okay. So, as I am returning to this idea that I had and this project, I think that I am going to take another crack at it, just because I really do like the idea of it. And I'm going to try to take some pressure off of myself. If I try it again and don't like it at the end, if I don't like the result, that's okay. I can give myself permission to shelf this idea or put this away for the time being and move on to something else. Just maybe wasn't the right time, or maybe I'm not the right one. And that's okay too. So let's get my notes open here. And identify some of the things that I liked and did not like. Okay, so I think I like the intro here. It is exactly here where things start to go awry. Now how can I fix that? I think part of the issue is that it is very disjointed, the story. So I'm a dungeon master, so I'm writing for a game, but it's still a story, and in a way it's a story under certain parameters. There are rules, there are functions that need to be served, and so it can't just be a pure narrative. I have to account for my players making decisions. I have to account for giving them mechanically things to do and engage with, rather than just telling a narrative. And sometimes, in order to facilitate the game, parts of the narrative just don't work. And that's kind of the issue that I think I'm having here. Some of the story does work, but in order to include some more game elements, I really think is where the story breaks down. It's not accommodating enough of the game. And so what that means is that maybe this is not the right vehicle for this particular story. Might not be a game. Which is interesting and fine. I love it when my projects take on a life of their own and turn around and tell me they're not going to do what I want. That's fine. That does leave me with the problem from the other direction, which is I do need to write something for a game, but I'm stuck on this other idea, so I don't want to. Hence the writer's block, I guess. For game, I like to solve this problem by sometimes leaning on work that I've already done. And while this isn't possible necessarily or advisable for other forms of writing, for games at least, it is sort of possible to go back into old material and kind of revisit it to save yourself some time and some writing in case you're not ready to expand the narrative quite yet. Kind of going back to what we were talking about in the monsters of the week trope, like, you know, that status quo, that returning to a sort of baseline without leaving a significant change. Sometimes you need that in a narrative, whether it's because it's serial, which kind of game is since it's every week, or for whatever other reason, because I mean, I know it happens in like anime and manga sometimes because the source material is running out, and so the secondary material, the anime or the drama or whatever, is having to kind of buy time by filling the story out with narratives that don't impact the overall story because they're still trying to adhere to the plot of the original work. So that's another example I can think of where you'll see these types of narrative. They're almost like narrative loops because they don't really go anywhere. There's always the potential for them to go somewhere, but that would be a different purpose. So I am going back through some of my old campaign notes. Pardon me. Oh boy, it's so weird looking at some of this old stuff now. Especially like out of context, because I'm not the best at providing a lot of context when I write my notes, because I always just assume, like, of course I'm gonna know what I mean, I'm the one who wrote it, but past me and is not me, and I don't know what she knew sometimes, so I just have to take my best guess. If anybody is interested in my main campaign, the one that I've been running for almost a year, it's currently full. There are no like available seats or anything, so I don't want you to get that idea. But if you're interested, it is original. I've written it from scratch. If you're interested in the setting and the story and keeping up with the players' adventures, I certainly can ask them if that would be something they're okay with, me sharing their exploits. And, if that's something you're interested in, I can certainly give you updates and let you know how that story is progressing. I am quite proud of the story that I've written, and I'm really proud of my players and the contributions that they've made, the changes, the ideas that they've brought in. I think it's a really compelling, very interesting story. In my own opinion, which may or may not be biased as the DM. And while I wish I could DM for a million people, I just can't handle more players at the moment. But I would happily share the details of what's going on if campaigns vicariously are interesting. Okay, let's see. I tried to run 2 tables at once at one point. It was okay for a little while, but it fell apart pretty quickly. I really can only focus on one at a time. Backpack Muffin says, I'm sure it's a good story. You're such a good storyteller. Aw. Thank you. I hope so. I mean, at least 2 of them have stuck around for almost a year now, so I take that as evidence that they're enjoying it. And the other ones that did have to bow out was a scheduling thing, as far as they told me. So I have some reason to believe that it's exciting and enjoyable of an experience. So hopefully that does prove to be the case. Maybe what I need to do is examine the narrative structures that lend themselves to D&D gameplay. And what I mean by that is, if we were to look at a movie or a TV show or a book, there would be points in the narrative that would naturally translate pretty well to a D&D encounter, whether it be a roleplay scene or a combat situation or, a puzzle. I think there are places in the narrative that pretty lend themselves to that pretty well, but there are also narratives that don't. And like off the top of my head, I think an example of this, something like a rom-com, comes to mind, or a drama, like things that are very heavily based on really intricate interpersonal interactions. They can be fun for roleplay scenes, but ultimately that's just one component of gameplay in a session. And there's a lot of other components that we kind of have to find a natural way to facilitate. And I say natural, with a grain of salt, obviously. Some of the situations are extremely contrived, and that's okay. So, and then sort of to throw into the mix also is if you're writing for a campaign, like a long form campaign, then the story beats don't have to necessarily be contained to any single session. Because there is continuity, you can expand the narrative into multiple sessions, even if you didn't anticipate the need for that. When I'm writing one-shots, I need to sort of put a definitive end conclusion to the story. And I have a very short period of time, relatively short period of time to do that, since I consider like a reasonable session to be about 4, maybe 5 hours with a small break. And so if we're going to tell a story in that time, that completely begins and ends within those hours, I need to be looking at a structure in its entirety, which again does not always lend itself to including all of the game mechanics that would be part of a normal session. And although I'm fond of short stories, I've never really been good at writing them myself. Neil Gaiman, for example, is an author that I love his short stories. I have Unnatural Creatures and Fragile Things on my bookshelf right next to me. They're huge inspirations. And there's something really satisfying about them being short stories. And it's really hard for me to put my finger on what exactly that is. Part of me is thinking that it is the closure, actually, or lack thereof, depending on what the story is. Certain short stories have a very satisfying conclusion, I think, that leaves me feeling like even though it was just a little bite, I had a whole meal and I am very satisfied. And then some short stories are kind of deliberately the opposite, where I feel like I just got a tiny taste, and that has just served to whet my appetite, and now I want more. But there is no more, and that feeling is also a celebration of how good it was. And I think there's a lot of area to cover in between those two ends that is just somewhere between, like, not satisfying but not in a good way. Or not engaging enough to be worth it, the short form. Sort of a blink and you miss it kind of thing. But I also have to kind of decide what I'm trying to say with this one. Even though it's a game, there is still a theme. And even though I can't know how my players are going to interpret and alter that theme, I still have to work with that in order to my mind, achieve the level of cohesion that I want, which is kind of the issue that I'm having with my first draft, is that it's too disjointed. There isn't enough cohesion between the various game elements. And so what I have worked up in terms of game elements is a chase, or a movement type challenge. It's a mechanic that I read about in a supplemental book involving like combat while aboard airships. It was very cool. And so I sort of built like a little mini game around that. And my next component that I was wanting to include from there was, I guess, combat, because the chase was really the main mini game. And again, considering it's short form, like it was going to be the take up what I anticipated to take up the majority of the time. So maybe it's just that rather than being one component, I need to refocus the narrative to center the chase. Which is doable now that I think about it. Trying to think. I'm kind of having this idea of like, so the players are chasing something. Why is important. And I think I initially had tried to set up a scenario where the thing they were chasing was because it had something they wanted or they needed. But honestly, that's not even necessary, because this is one of those situations where I can really lean on the constraints of it being a one shot and abandon the convention of needing to persuade them to chase, because the narrative, I mean, I guess the part of the narrative that they take over could always begin once the chase is already started. I don't have to necessarily motivate them. That being said, yeah, I think it's mostly curiosity. Beck Muffin says, all right, gotta go. All right, hun. Thanks for stopping in. I hope that you enjoyed hanging out. It was really good to see you. I hope you are recovering, resting, and I hope that you make a full recovery soon and as painlessly as possible. To go in the stream manager. Okay, here we are. But yeah, thanks again. Thanks for stopping in. Anyway, back to this project. So, doing a chase mechanically in D&D is not the easiest thing. Rules as written for D&D really only accommodate combat. There's not really a well-developed, and I say well-developed because there is some support for like movement and stuff like that, but there's not really what I would say a well-developed mechanic for something like a car chase, that we all are very familiar with in other forms of media. So the idea of having a chase or some sort of prolonged chase, mechanically sort of requires us to be inventive in and of our own right. And the system that I came across in this supplemental material, I liked it, and I thought it was pretty intuitive, but I adapted it a little bit because I kind of wanted more. Like I wanted more out of it. And so the way it kind of works is that there is a set number of rounds for the chase. And I suppose that is up to like the DM of how much they're trying to accomplish with this chase and how long they want this chase to go on. So initially, because I wanted my chase to just be one component of a larger narrative, I had, I think, 5 rounds in mind. But I think what I will do is double that to 10 rounds. Maybe. Or should we just be really wonky and make it 9? Yeah, okay. So we're going to say 9 rounds. And there's a method to my madness. I have a reason for this. Toltier says, man, you really given me that writing itch again, hey? Being surrounded by creativity, it can't help but sometimes spark something, so by all means. So for our game, we're gonna say 9 rounds, and the idea of this little mini game is that during each round of a chase, every player and NPC, I guess, every actor will have the chance to take an action much like in combat. And this is going to be done using the same initiative scores that we would use to roll for combat. So during each round, every player, every actor gets to take a turn, and on their turn, they can take a combat action if that is necessary, if that's needful. And in a chase, though, I feel like you need other things to do during that turn. So, maybe you are, to go back to like the airship chase, maybe you are repelling boarders, maybe there are combatants in the air, like you're in a dogfight, like stuff like that. So certainly I think that combat actions should be an option. But I think that there are kind of 2 other options that could be explored. And in a chase, it comes down to a couple things, but primarily going fast, right? Like if you are faster, than your pursuer, you will lose them, or if you are faster than your prey, you will catch up to them. And so I think speed ultimately is what separates like a mini game like this from combat, which is not necessarily speed oriented, other than when talking about how far you can travel during a turn. Toileteer says, I think talking your way through things is just as fun. Yeah, I agree. I think it is fun too. I am definitely a verbal processor. I think better and more clearly when I can think out loud. So being here on the stream and talking you all through it is a huge advantage for me. So on your turn during a chase, I think that there's combat, but I think there's also has to be something to do with speed, either maintaining speed or going faster. Of course, I think that like a vehicle or a person or a body is going to have a max speed. And so that would be like maintaining speed. And then the other aspect of that is going to be that they could potentially push past that limit. All things are possible, especially if they can think of something that would enhance their speed or make them go faster. So I think speed is definitely something that can be done. The other side of that, I think, for a chase is some combination of like navigation or maneuverability. At least when we're talking about like the genre of like car chases or really fun like action movie chase scenes where they're like going through a crowded market somewhere or parkouring all over the buildings. Like there's definitely, I think, like a back and forth when it comes to like going the fastest route around obstacles, but also using the environment to your advantage and potentially using that to get away or to trap, whatever you are chasing or being chased by. Toileteer says, have you seen the John Wick movie? I have not. I do not actually consume very much like movie or TV shows lately. I have just been really big into like YouTube mini docuseries and deep dives and books and video games. I have not really been that much into movies, I'm afraid. That has some of the best action sequences I've ever seen. Well, that's a strong endorsement. So apparently if you're a big action movie fan, Toileteer has a recommendation for you. Go check out the latest John Wick movie. Apparently for some great action sequences. They really come up with some fun ones. And I know it's an art form in and of itself. I mean, we see the highly like martial arts choreographed fights in sort of, for lack of a better word, like kung fu action movies. And I think those are incredibly cool and incredibly fun. And then, of course, we see like car chases in movies like Fast and Furious and things like that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of fun that can be had in action sequences. And so I'm trying to bring some of that to this format, but it's tough because it's not really built for it. Toileteer says, I've seen a lot of action movies, but just the way the fights tell a story, the camera angles, choreography are all spot on. That's awesome. A lot of action sequences go by too fast for me personally to get a good grip on, but I know that there's a lot of thought that goes into the better ones, and that they do enhance and contribute to the story and the narrative. And so I really am fascinated when directors or even just fans will slow them down and kind of do a deep dive examinations on them to kind of reveal some of the things that I was not able to perceive because it was happening so fast or whatever. But I really like watching those breakdowns. There's a really cool one for the Witcher TV show. I think season 1, they had these like behind the scenes interviews with cast and staff and stuff like that, and they broke down the fight in that I think it's the very first episode in Blaviken, I think, where the Witcher Geralt fights a sort of a gang of ruffians, and ultimately ends up in a duel to the death against their leader, and it's really beautifully shot. It's really incredible, and I loved watching it. Very much Rule of Cool, but when we watched them break it down and actually go into detail, the swordsmanship is just horrible. I mean, it is completely illogical from a actual historical combat perspective. And I loved hearing both of those perspectives. I loved hearing them talk about how it served the narrative and how the shots were used to introduce the characters and bring up all these ideas. And then the sword nerds came in and were like, yeah, but actually in real life. And I was like, you know what? Both of these are fun. Both of these are fun perspectives. So it's definitely like the Transformer movies. I can never tell what's going on. One of my favorite breakdowns like that is for the Daredevil TV show hallway fight sequence. I am not super familiar. Hallway fight sequences in general, I think, are almost their own genre, because there are some extremely famous, very iconic shots that are possible in a hallway. Or that are only possible because they're in a hallway. And I've definitely seen them used really effectively in some cases. So it sounds like there's a really cool example of one of them in this Daredevil fight sequence. But I will say that I am kind of a baby. I am a little squeamish when it comes to certain violence depictions. So while things like certain kung fu movies are really bloodless and they kind of soften things for me so I can kind of enjoy those, some of the more modern realistic action scenes and fight sequences are a little much for me. I know I was just talking about The Witcher, which is a great example of something that barely rides the line between something that I can and can't watch. There are definitely scenes in The Witcher itself that I had to kind of either watch through my fingers or completely look away from, and Key to Life, who was sitting on the couch next to me, had to tell me when it was okay to look again, because she's better about that kind of thing than I am. Yeah, Tutor was right. Witcher is pretty gory. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Like I was saying, there are certain scenes that I had to, watch through the cracks in my fingers or just completely look away from. And Key to Life, who was watching it with me in a marathon, told me when I could look, when it was safe. So. Just a warning going in if you're like, oh, Witcher, like that sounds good, and she's talking about this cool fight, like just as a FYI, that fight is also kind of gory. It's just not as bad as some of the others. So I was able to kind of watch it. Toileteer says, I prefer the old Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan style martial arts movies. What is the famous one? I always get it backwards and I'm going to embarrass myself right now, but it's like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or the other way around. No, I think that's it. Like, man, is that movie cool. And so things that are of that genre and that style, I tend to like. Yeah, it just depends. Toaster says, if you have Netflix, watch, what is that? Donnie Yen, the Ip Man. Oh, okay. I am familiar a little bit with that franchise. I think I have watched one movie in either that cinematic universe or franchise or sort of genre. I'm not really sure how they're all connected, but yeah, really, really cool stuff. And a lot of them also have like really cool fantasy tie-ins. You know, just, and it's fantasy and fiction through a non-Western lens a lot of the time. So there are creatures and spells and magic and settings that as a Western audience we don't always get to see, because a lot of our fantasy, you know, very Tolkien-esque is focused on Western mythology and folklore and historical settings. Toileteer says, the Ip Man is Bruce Lee's sensei. All the movies are about how he started Wing Chun martial arts. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's really interesting. All things considered. So I'm thinking like combat speed, and then like maybe it's two. Maybe it's dexterity, like dodging obstacles or creatively like using the environment. And then maybe the other one is navigation, in which you use your knowledge of the environment, you use your, I don't know, navigational skills to map out a route that will be advantageous. So maybe we're actually looking at like 4 possible action sort of components. Toileteer says it's very much a Chinese movie. That, LOL. Yeah, I was watching, I think I was watching something called like Ice Fantasy or something like that is what it was translated to. And it was so wild, let me tell you. Like, there was a lot going on. I almost could not keep up. But what was the other one? I don't remember what it was called, but there was another movie where this like, I think he's some sort of like spiritual investigator or like magic investigator or something, and oh boy, there was something about an empress and some stuff, and he and a couple other like spiritualists or magicians had to like go to the palace to like investigate some stuff. And that movie had so many twists and turns. You never knew who you could trust. You never knew what was happening. All sorts of really cool magic and monsters and creatures and like magic items were used. Lots of cool martial arts and fights and neat stuff, and just really, really cool. All around fun times. I wish I remember what it was called. And I know that description probably was too vague to tell you much of anything. I'm sorry. But if I do see it, or if somebody recognizes it from that vague description and wants to tell the title, please feel free to put that in the Discord or message it here. Or if I think of it, I will shout out what the name of that movie was. So for a chase, during your action, like much like combat, so it's going to be special, but not really combat, but special rules like combat. You have 1 turn per round, and during your turn, you can take a combat action, you can fight, some sort of speed enhancing action, whether or not that is just to maintain the current speed that you are going, or to try to do something to go faster. And then these two are kind of maybe rolling them into one, or dexterity action or navigation action, which basically dexterity would be to dodge an obstacle or to like parkour, to go fast, to make a more direct route, something like that. Whereas navigation would be something like using the terrain to your advantage to find a faster route, not get lost, not get turned around if there's some sort of visual impairment, that sort of thing. So let's hang on to all of these for the time being, even though, like I said, the last two I'm not super sure about, and move on. The idea of the chase mechanic is that you have a set number of rounds and a target score. So let's go back to our game that we're building and say we have 9 rounds, and by the end of 9 rounds, let's say we are looking for a target score. And it's not going to be 9 because that would imply like a success every round, but let's say that we're looking for a target score of 5 just while we are building this. And to my mind, that 5 represents the number of successes that the party has had in one of those 4 areas: combat, speed, dexterity, or navigation. So at the top of the round, all of the players will be able to take actions that contribute to combat, speed, dexterity, or navigation. And if they're successful, their successes will contribute to their ultimate score, their chase score. And if that score is above the target by the 9th round, they succeed. If it is below that number by the end of the 9th round, their quarry escapes them or they're caught. So for our story, what I'm thinking is that it's 9 rounds, which I will break into sets of 3. So it will be 3 rounds and then a pit stop. 3 rounds, pit stop, 3 rounds, conclusion. So rounds 1 through 3, 1, 2, 3. And then we have a pit stop. And then rounds 4, 5, 6, a stop. And then 7, 8, 9. 9 being the conclusion. Okay. I am actually going to step away for a moment But I will be right back, so hang tight. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that little interruption. Just had to let Edie out for a little bit, touch some grass. But I'm back. Probably gonna hang out for maybe another hour or so while I am working on this, but I'm sure that once I'm ready to go offline, I'll pass you guys off to somebody just as cool. So you're welcome to hang out until then, or as much as you want. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so we were talking about rounds and the target score. So 5 is just a placeholder. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that or like what scaling I'm going to use. So we've already decided that every round, every player or combatant is going to get the chance to take a turn. Every turn can be comprised of something that works towards one of 4 sort of objectives. Ultimately, the fail condition is if they are not able to meet the target score of the chase by succeeding enough at these various areas, which we've identified as combat, speed, dexterity, and navigation, with combat being like repelling borders, or if there's some sort of combat-oriented vehicle like fighter planes or something like that. Speed being a little self-explanatory, dexterity being the ability to dodge or weave or take advantage of the terrain, and navigation being sort of routing, potentially taking a faster route, or using your knowledge of the environment to hide or lose your chaser, something like that, your pursuer. So in that regard, for my story in particular, I think this first one is obvious. The second one, I think, would go here, and the third one would be this. Or do I move everything down a little bit? It's tough. Yeah, let's move it down. So let's say that first thing is that, and then we'll make the second one that, and we'll move you here. And then I think what I'll do is just have these like little pit stops, or have the opportunity for the players to like stop mid-chase for whatever reason to interact with something else. And then let's get rid of this component altogether because it's really just not working for us, and put this one here. Okay, I think that is going to be for the best. So the next thing I need to decide is whether, and I guess this could be fun. It could be that the reason that the chase is broken up into these 3 components is that maybe they are different vehicles. Like maybe it starts as a foot race, and then transforms into a car chase, and maybe ultimately ends in like an airship chase or I don't know. Even we could even do space. We don't have limits. But it just kind of is we're going faster and faster. That could be interesting. Or maybe we should do it the other way around, where it starts off as like a car chase, or it starts off as, like airships or something, and it de-escalates slowly over the course of the rounds until finally they're like on foot. The last like mechanical component of this is kind of fun, and in the module that I read it from, I mean, obviously we would be adaptive, but there is a table of complications, I guess. Basically, they have taken some like kind of random events or quick time events and numbered them on a number scale that can be rolled on by dice. And every round, the DM would turn around and roll those dice and determine what type of complication the party is going to have to overcome that round in order to sort of stay in the race. And if they don't overcome it, it counts against their chase score and could ultimately, lower their performance or lower their score. So some of the ones that they suggested were kind of like specific to the setting, but there's certainly like a general theme that we can extract and apply to any setting. And I think based on like what I was reading from the source and then some of the ideas that I had for like additional complications, I also kind of was thinking about quick time events in video games. What are some of the sort of very simple things that they can try to get you to do under time pressure that result in whether or not you kind of succeed or fail at a complicated sequence of actions, something that they need to choreograph rather than kind of let you just do in free form. Let me see. What did I know I had a list of them somewhere. Okay. So these kind of break down into dexterity checks due to obstacles. So I guess we'll call this type 1. Complication type 1 dexterity. And that is in the form of sudden obstacles that appear. So for example, if we're in like a busy marketplace, maybe a cart full of fruit turns over and just spills, cabbages into the street that you now have to dodge. That would be an example of like a sudden dexterity obstacle, which as the DM, you would assign a difficulty to, and your players would have to pass in order to contribute to their score. Tolotir says, the example I think of is Resident Evil or Tomb Raider, like the Indiana Jones boulder that suddenly appears. Yeah. So the boulder is another good example of an obstacle that you have to react to quickly. That one is in a narrative as opposed to a game, but it is still structured the same way, right? And that goes back to our conversation about certain story elements and story beats lending themselves to being games better than others. Another type of another type of, I guess, like, so the deck save, the example of the obstacle, to me, it also kind of counts. I don't know. I think of like Looney Tunes, you know, when there was always the threat of like a safe or a piano falling on you from the sky. Now, in the context of the module that I was reading, they called it a lightning strike because there was a storm. And it's the same idea, though. It's a deck save. From an unexpected sort of attack, I guess. It's an environmental hazard. So I guess we'll call this one an environmental hazard. Or a terrain hazard, something like that. And that can include, like, maybe the floor is lava. Maybe there is a lightning strike, you know, or maybe there is a safe falling out of the sky and you see a rapidly approaching shadow, like, and you would make this dex save in order to mitigate damages, in other words. And I guess that would count against your ultimate score, and depending on whether or not it's a foot race or a vehicle is being used, failure would also result in some damage to the vehicle or some damage to the player. Tolatier says the baby shark's suddenly showing up. Yeah. You laugh, but there are flying sharks. They can suddenly show up. So that's kind of the dexterity idea there for the type 1 of complication. Type 2 is some sort of debuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and call type 2 a debuff. And basically, this is something that could compromise your vision, could compromise your ability to do other tasks in some way. Tolatier says, sorry, that song plays a lot here. No need to be sorry. It's okay. I understand. It was a global phenomena. So in terms of our debuff, like, I think that, like, a really obvious one is like obstructed vision. In terms of, like, if you're in a vehicle, this is pretty easy to imagine. It could be in the form of, like, maybe if you're in a car, it's raining so hard that visibility is 0, or there's thick fog, or maybe there's mud or dirt on the windshield. If you're running in a foot race, once again, like, the fog could work. It could just be very dark or night. So some sort of reduced visibility, which would mechanically result in harder, I guess, like, dexterity, navigation, speed checks, because you could miss your turn. You could not see an obstacle or lose sight of your target, even if you are chasing and not the one being pursued. Tolatier says, what about a strength one, like holding up a collapsing wall? A strength debuff or a type of hazard involving strength? Like, I need some elaboration there. So for our debuffs, we definitely have, like, obstructed vision was one type that I was seeing on the chart. Another one I saw was, like, forced spin, which is it's particular to being in a vehicle, but I guess we could also, if we live in a magical world, could be applied to foot races. And that's basically the one where the environment is going to force some difficulty to movement. So environmental force. movement restriction, I guess. Tolatir says, oh, I was thinking of a hazard. Yeah. So like a falling wall or something like that to the chase. A debuff one I think of would be yelling out to warning a friend and maybe being unsuccessful, resulting in a slight debuff to action. Yeah, like if you're trying to be collaborative, and then when you're not successful, it would potentially be a failure of your, or a count against your target score for the chase. What would I call that? So that was they had one that was like a strength check or be like thrown off, in terms of like the vehicle. So I'll put that in, I'll still put that in debuff, and I'll say that this is some sort of, strength, check, or be thrown, off course in some way, like either by wind or gravity or whatever. And then, of course, I think we're gonna need, so, this one is for dodging again. So I think then the last type is, of complication is combat. So, we have, type 3, which would be combat. And that would be like if you're being attacked, or, you know, by enemies. That one's a little bit more straightforward. You know, it would be something to the effect of, and suddenly 5 goblins on motorcycles pull up around you and, you know, try to hit you with their chains, like, you know, and that would be something that we have to deal with. So, enemies, encounters. I think that's like broadly, those are the types of obstacles I was seeing. And obviously we would get more specific based on the setting, of what the obstacle is, and whatever potential checks would need to be made to overcome it. If there even is a direct way to overcome it, maybe the players have to just be creative and come up with something, or take the, you know, the hit to their score, and come up with another way in another round to make up for that lost point. So I think that really works. So round 1 basically would start our players already in the chase, by virtue of it being the one shot and the various like framing devices. It will just start already in progress, and basically they will have 3 rounds in order to do as much as they possibly can to get the highest chase score that they can. Tolatir says, I'm a part of a couple campaigns as a player. It's interesting to hear this from a DM perspective. Oh, cool. Yeah, hopefully it gives you some insight, and some maybe some neat perspective on some of the stuff that you experience as a player, and the kind of prep that goes into it from the DM side. Now, This is risky, but I'm thinking about doing a contemporary urban setting. So cars and cell phones and GPS, all of it. And I know that this could throw a kind of unpredictable wrench into a D&D setting where there's also magic, and wizards and whatnot, but for a one shot, honestly, the crazier the better. I think it'll be fun. So I'm thinking about having this be a car chase. And so round 1, it's already in progress. My players are in a vehicle. Now, of course, since this is fantasy, this isn't going to just be a regular vehicle, of course. This is going to be a very fancy vehicle, and so I think that the vehicle is going to need an armor class. It's going to need an AC because if we're going to be combat, it's going to take damage and be attacked. So it's definitely going to need an AC. It's also going to need an HP pool, even though technically it's not health. I think there does definitely need to be a pool that at which point, if it takes too much damage, it breaks down. I think that makes sense. But I think there also needs to be a mechanic for restoring HP to the vehicle, the same way that there is a mechanic for healing players in combat. You know, there are healing spells and potions and items and stuff like that. So, you know, I think that I would accept, like, if somebody had like a restoration spell or mending or honestly even a healing spell, being allowed to use it on the vehicle to restore HP to this HP pool. I think that the vehicle, if we're going to talk combat, I think the vehicle also needs its own weapon that any player can use. So depending on the setting of the campaign, if it's a spaceship, that can look like lasers. If it's a pirate ship, maybe that looks like, you know, your broadside cannons. We're talking like a contemporary, like, car chase, but with a fantasy twist. So I don't think that, like, anything too ostentatious is in order. But I'm kind of thinking like Batmobile, wacky racers, you know, what are some things that we've seen, Fury Road, that kind of thing. And I definitely think that, like, some sort of roof-mounted projectile is in order, whether or not that's like a spear gun or I'm gonna say the word ballista, but that's probably not right. But you know, Genshin. Thinking of the Weijong ballista, of course. Ballista. What is a ballista? Oh no, okay, I was right. It is like a giant mounted crossbow. So like a ballista. Okay, so let's say for sure the ballista is happening, because since I looked it up. And we'll stat that up. Trying to think, like, what are some of the things that, like, the Batmobile has? I feel like it has, like, caltrops, of course. So maybe even like an oil slick or something. Not sure how useful that will be if they are the ones doing the chasing, but I'll give them the option. Maybe if they're being pursued, we'll say oil slick. Because there's a spell that works like that I'll be able to pretty easily take the rules from, I think. So, maybe even like, of all things, Mario Kart. Like, what are some of the power-ups that you get in Mario Kart, right? Like, is of course the blue shell, red shell, the banana peel, the ink, which would be the, the visibility thing. And the lightning strike, which turns you tiny. Sort of funny. So armor class, HP, weapon, and we'll do this oil slick as like another ability. Toileteer says, I have this idea for a Street Fighter themed D&D, but not sure how to pull this off. Toileteer, please tell me when you are available to do a character crafting stream. I want to build Toileteer, the fighter, the Street Fighter, if you will. And we can totally talk during that building session about how we could implement some Street Fighter flavor into a D&D session. That would just be absolutely so much fun for me. I know almost next to nothing about Street Fighter, but I do know quite a bit about D&D. So if we put our heads together, I think we could come up with a pretty fun character build and a pretty fun D&D Street Fighter inspired mechanic or theme. So absolutely, just let me know. I'll ping you about it off stream then. Yay! Okay, perfect. Yes, please do. I know that I have mostly been streaming on Wednesdays, my D&D content. But I'm not married to that time. It's just a matter of the fact that Key2Life and I do share one broadband connection, and it does not seem to be sufficient for both of us to be streaming simultaneously for very long. Just barely long enough for me to like raid into her channel or something when she goes live. But that's really my only constraint. Otherwise, I am perfectly happy to work around your schedule. So definitely. So we have our vehicle. I think in terms of a chase scene, there's also an important component about how when a vehicle is involved that is got to do with like piloting. How good of an operator the player is. And this wouldn't really be, this could be expressed through any of the other checks like speed, dexterity, or navigation. So I think what needs to happen is maybe there's like a GPS in the car that a character could use to make like a navigation type check. And then of course there's like the driver, which in a regular car can only be one person and that can't ever change. But I feel like given our setting, we could maybe triage that a little bit and say that like during one turn, one person could be the driver, but if somebody else wants to drive next turn, they can. Or should I have them lock in to one driver per round? And only when they stop can they change drivers. It's interesting to think about because the driver would be the one making the dexterity checks to get around obstacles if they're all in the car, right? And they would be making them for everyone. So, something to think about. Toleteer says, what if they want to switch drivers while the car's still moving? Right. So I think that would require a check, I think. And maybe even be on somebody's turn. Like maybe the driver would have to spend their turn switching places with the other player so that they could then take their turn as the driver. Or maybe I would allow it as a bonus action. It depends. And they're going to have to get creative. There's always the like climbing over the seats in the center console of the car, which I certainly have done, not while the vehicle's in motion, but I mean, not that anyone can prove. But maybe they can be creative. Maybe I will accept Misty Step, for example, if a wizard wants to Misty Step into the driver's seat, or, I I don't know. Maybe they want to do like a flip over the roof into the seat. Well, I'll allow it. We'll see. So we're gonna have the driver. So it's one player, and they can be switched with a check or at stops. Interesting. Okay. And then I think the last thing, I still think it would end in combat. I have a particular monster in mind that I want to play with. But yeah, wow. I think I'm gonna make D&D into Mario Kart. Or the other way around. We're gonna figure this out. Oh wow, yeah, that is going to be exactly what happens. Oh man. Okay, so this is going to be... Oh, this is going to be funny. Alright, I'm actually excited about this again. Like I said, I took a stab at this a couple times last week, and I just hated it, and I didn't like anything. And so I got writer's block about it, but I'm liking some of these new ideas we are having. I think I feel the creativity flowing once again. So this project might not be dead. Which is extremely exciting. So, and this would be the final fight. Okay. So I'm gonna have to write a little bit of flavor text around some of this. But if I'm not really worrying about trying to shove a bunch of other game encounters into it and just let this be the entire theme of the encounter, I think it that gives it the space that it needs to breathe. Which works quite nicely. I don't know why I didn't think of Mario Kart earlier. I love the tracks in Mario Kart. I am terrible at Mario Kart. Do not ask me to play Mario Kart with you. I am your friend. I want to continue to be your friend. I would not want to let something like cartoon violence and simulated racing get in the way of our friendship. So I politely abstain from playing Mario Kart in civilized company. But I love watching it. I love watching my friends play it and picking someone to root for and all that. And I really love all the maps. I think that they're really imaginative and fun, and sometimes I wish that instead of like having to zoom through, that we could like slow down and really take our time enjoying some of them. Just because they're so neat and creative. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe when we're done here, we'll look for somebody playing Mario Kart to raid. We'll see. But maybe I should just go to my favorite Mario Kart level for some inspiration. Let's see, what are some of my favorite Mario Kart levels? I really like, I think it's called Shy Guy Falls. And that might just be because I think Shy Guys are so cute. They're little wah 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 wah. And I really like that one. I don't know the names of them really, so I'm just gonna have to go on vibes. But I really like the Animal Crossing one, where you see all the villagers and stuff. I think that one is so cute. That's one that I really wish I could just slow down and enjoy. A leisurely drive through the Animal Crossing town. While Rainbow Road is notorious and certainly fun to watch everyone lose it, I think visually it's not really that interesting. It's space and you're driving on a rainbow, and that is very cool. It's certainly very pretty, and I like it every time they do it. But there's not really that much going on in terms of like little neat things that they include. Like in some of them, you drive, you are underwater part of the time, or you can choose to go under the water. Some of them have really interesting like split routes or like alternate routes that you can take through the obstacles that like are not obvious, you don't even know about. There's like a really neat one in or a neat trick in the Legend of Zelda one, at least where you I think there's like the Master Sword on display in one of the rooms in the Hyrule Castle or something, or the Temple of Time, and if you like launch your cart over it and do something, I don't know, it's like a switch. Anyway, stuff like that is very funny and cool. There's just a bunch of them. But I know there's one that's like an airport. There's like a couple different like routes to take. Like you can go on the wings or below them or whatever. I think that one is Mario Sunshine related, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I digress. Those games are really funny. Got a good, they have a good sense of humor about them. That's kind of what we are going for here too. Lighthearted. So in terms of, okay, so if we're doing 9 rounds, then we are going to need at least 9 obstacles. There is no 9-sided dice. Our next closest option would be a D10. So we would just need 10 obstacles, and then of course there's the option to, since we're rolling, some of them would be repeated, and there's always the chance that some of them won't happen, unless I make some sort of condition. Like I'm thinking that I roll on the obstacles chart at least once per round, but maybe there's something else that can happen that can trigger a roll on the obstacle die, and that would warrant like me kind of wanting to bump it up to a D12. Let's think. What kind of trade-off would that be? It could be a crit fail. So maybe once per round, and on any nat 1 there's an extra complication. I also feel like maybe there should be like a trade-off. Like you can do that, but I'll get to roll on the obstacles table. You know what I mean? Like some sort of high risk, high reward calculation. Maybe what I'll do is offer like advantage on a roll of your choice per round, but it means that I will add a complication to the next round, like an extra roll on the complications die. Would that be worth it? Would that be something that as a player you would think might be worth it? Like to because remember, advantage means that you get to roll the d20 and take the higher of the two rolls. So you've basically doubled your chances of success. Not to mention your chances of critical success. And you basically have saved yourself from the possibility of a critical fail. Because the chances of rolling snake eyes on d20 are pretty low. It can happen, but pretty low. So, advantage could be incredibly powerful, especially if you can use it at will, by your choice. So is that the kind of risk reward calculation a player would do? I'll offer it. I'll see how it goes. And we'll see. It might be a little unbalanced, but we'll see. I like giving my players the freedom to do what they want, including make things worse for themselves. If they so choose. I'm very hands-off like that. So those are going to be our options. Once per round, a nat 1, or if the players want advantage, I will offer them that opportunity. I don't think I can really inject any other random trigger for the obstacles. I think that pretty much will cover it. Now I just need the pit stops. So they are like legs of this race, right? And I need to force the players to stop. And it could be because they have to change vehicles. So maybe we start off in a car, but then for whatever reason, we need to switch to a boat or a plane or airship or some other form of vehicle. And then kind of the same thing happens again. Maybe the terrain changes. That would require something like that. I kind of just want it to be one vehicle, but there be some reason that they need to stop. So maybe I will have to think about that a little bit. After 3 rounds of chasing or pursuing, why would they stop? They could be lost and stopping to ask for directions. I'll put that one here. And that is something where I know I have like a navigation mechanic, but that is something that just as the DM, and by virtue of it being a short form, is just something that would happen, right? Like, it's a magical world, a magical universe, anything can happen. And so even the best navigators, something can happen, you can become lost. So I think that works for the first stop. The second stop, why would they stop if they're chasing something in the second stop? Maybe repairs? That could be a thing, like, especially if they've faced combat up to that point. It might, or environmental hazards. Maybe the vehicle needs repairs or modifications before moving on to the next phase. So I'll put repairs or modifications. Maybe I can get around having them change vehicles by saying they are stopping to modify the present one. And then the last 3 end in combat. So I need to figure out what are the consequences for failure. If the players get to the end of 9 rounds and their score is too low, I am not a very punishing DM. Like, I don't like having hard fail conditions that are completely unsalvageable or like there's just no way to recover from. So I don't think that failing to reach the target score will ultimately end the game. Tears is Dean not gonna kill you early. Exactly. Where would be the fun in that? I think that what's gonna happen is if you fail to reach the target score, it will result in some sort of debuff or penalty. Hitting the score will be like a neutral outcome, and then surpassing the score will result in some sort of boon or benefit, or power up. So going back to our example target of 5, we're looking at a 3 or lower, resulting in a debuff or some sort of penalty. A 4 being neutral, and oh no, wait, I said a 5. Whoops. Okay, so a 4 would be that, a 5 would be neutral, and then a 6 or more would result in a buff or a boon of some sort, a benefit. I feel like this is kind of like in Breath of the Wild and Zelda, where it's like if you went around and defeated all of the blights on the sacred beasts or the giant magico-mechanical monster things, it significantly diminished Ganon's health by the time you went into that final boss battle. So that could be part of it. Like, perhaps by having this score, it will reduce the HP of the final confrontation, in the final fight. So that could be a good way to round that out. Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this works a lot better. And you never know, maybe you'll hopefully I'll finish this up, and the next time we're ready to have a live play session, you guys will be able to enjoy the results of this prep session, where we'll get to actually play test and try out my chase mechanics. So if that is something that you want to try, if you are like, oh boy, I want to be there for the Fast and Furious episode, like, make sure you don't miss it, and make sure that you're either like following the channel here and have your notifications on, or you're in the Discord, keeping an eye on that, because I always announce before I go live there. But if you in particular want to play or be there for the race, feel free to let me know. Reach out either in Discord or here, and I can certainly do my best to accommodate so that we can get that session planned for a night you'll be able to play. I can't guarantee it, obviously life being what it is, but if it's really important to you, if you really want to play and try that out, I certainly will do my best to make sure you get that opportunity. And who knows, if it is fun and people enjoy it, maybe we'll have another, I don't mind kind of reskinning the same encounters, so I could always run it again on a different night and a different story. So no fear there. I never want people to worry about missing out on something that they were really looking forward to or whatever. It's not nothing to get anxious about over here. Yeah, I think that's gonna work for us with regards to the chase. I don't know if anybody listening is an Adventure Zone fan, but I definitely thought it was impossible to run a race in D&D until I listened to the Adventure Zone podcast. They had an entire arc that was centered around racing and this like really wacky car chase. And it was one of my favorite things they ever did. It was so funny, so creative, so imaginative. I highly recommend listening to it for a good laugh. But it definitely is the first time that I heard of somebody running something like that in D&D, and it kind of got the wheels turning for me about like, what would I do differently? How could I improve upon it? Like, or not necessarily improve upon it, but like, obviously that required a ton of prep and a lot of really specific mechanics. And I was just kind of thinking, would there be a way that I could roll a simpler version out to nest it into a wider campaign a little bit easier? Make it more friendly to a wider setting and less the focus. And clearly I haven't really accomplished that, considering I hated everything I attempted, and this format of just focusing on the chase alone really took over. But certainly still something that I wanted to kind of try my hand at, and we'll see how my own version goes. I'm sure that there are other DMs that have tried their hand at something similar, and certainly there is like a bit of support for it in the rules as written. It's just not quite as fleshed out as I would like it to be, or as versatile, as flexible, one of those things. I guess, let's see. So I use Roll20 for my visuals that I show on screen. So let's hop over the play screen really quick. You guys can see what I'm talking about. I have Roll20 up as a like web source, and even though it doesn't run perfectly, it's pretty manageable. So I kind of use it as my, I don't know, puppet stage where I use, things for backdrops and stuff like that. Why is this? The opacity on the DM layer is too much. Good to know that it resets that. every time I reopen this page, but and then I just use the window here to kind of line it up. And this is kind of what I use for the visuals. This is also where I keep all of the character sheets. So some of these are gonna look familiar. There's Key to Lives here. Those are their custom characters, and then these are the ones that I have built that are posted. The PDFs are posted in the Discord. They're pinned to the character crafting channel, and if you want to check them out, or if you want to use them to play, that is where you will find them, and you're more than welcome to download those, check those out. But this is where they live on Roll20. This is also where I kind of keep my assets. Some of them are from my other campaign, some of them are from this one. Roll20 is great, but there is a limit to your media library that you're allowed to have. And currently I am flirting dangerously close to the edge of that. So I'm having to be very careful about how many assets I upload at a time. But for the most part, like, this is kind of what I had in mind for the setting of this chase. Like, spooky, foggy, rainy, but still contemporary in the form of there's like a modern paved road and a car. Toilettier says, I just got Tabletop Simulator on sale on Steam. Oh, how is it? Are you liking it? Have you used Roll20? Do you think that they're comparable, or do you have one that you prefer? Sorry, not to bombard you with questions, but I use Roll20 because it's free. I have the free version. But I certainly am open to other software and other platforms as maybe a future goal at some point, when the channel gets a little bigger, or if that's something you guys are really interested in wanting to see, we can work towards that. Toilettier says, haven't tried it yet, and I'm not sure how similar it is to Roll20. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to bombard you again with questions, but definitely let me know how you like it. Like I was saying, Roll20 works well enough, especially for what I'm doing for the time being. But there is that pesky library limit, capacity limit. And there is the slight fact that Roll20 is kind of memory CPU intensive, and my computer is not quite up to spec in terms of like streaming and gaming and having web browsers open and stuff. So I am always looking for ways to lighten the load on my computer, and so if there is something that is similar in function but lighter to operate, I'd be interested in that too. Totier says, no worries, I've only ever done this live. I'm getting used to virtual D&D. Yeah, I really like live play sessions. I really enjoy like hanging out with people and all of the very like natural interactions that come from that. I think it personalizes the role play in some regard. But I definitely appreciate some of the functions of virtual play that were just not possible in person. The ability to take advantage of all of these digital tools, for example, is certainly added another dimension to the experience that didn't exist before. And some of them are quite sophisticated. I mean, Roll20 is rather basic, but I know that there are some that simulate almost like a full RPG video game. One of my friends was showing me his campaign using that platform. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was incredible. I want to say it was something like Foundry, Forge, Foundry, something like that. Pretty crazy. But I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. If I remember to ask him, I will get that back to y'all if you're interested. But it was way over my head in terms of like the the stuff that he was doing. I mean, extremely intricate, like I said, almost to the level of being like a custom RPG video game that he was like pre-programming for his players. I mean, it was that elaborate. So really cool, but very complicated. My eyes kind of glazed over even thinking about trying to do what he was doing. So let's see, it's kind of getting to the end here. I would like to pass you guys off. Let's take a look at who is doing who's playing Dungeons and Dragons right now. We've got a lot of people playing Neverwinter, which is pretty cool. Somebody's playing Dungeons and Dragons online. The other thing that we could do is maybe raid into the artist. David Peterson is streaming right now. He does Wednesday art streams, and he's so cool. He is the artist behind the Mouse Guard, if anybody is familiar with that work. He also did some art for Dark Crystal, and is very cool. Chill art stream, lots of nerdy folk in there. So maybe that's where we'll go, because we're kind of doing the whole coexisting creativity, body doubling vibe. That might be where we end up. So yeah, okay, let's do that. I've talked myself into it. That, or I could look up maybe a Mario Kart since we were talking about that. Let's see. Mario Kart. Oh man, there's so many. I'm so indecisive. I'm sorry, guys. It's so hard when I have to like come up with somebody. I haven't actually played Neverwinter, so I'm not really sure what I would be subjecting you to. This person is just testing out OBS, which is kind of what I'm doing too. Tolatier, how do you decide? Or do you just go on instinct? Okay, this one looks promising. Let's see. So this person is playing Neverwinter. Oops. Stop. Chill. Music. Okay. Promising, promising, promising. Let's go here. Whoops. Okay, yeah, let's try this person. They are playing Neverwinter, and I kind of was drawn to them because their little blurb just says, the cleric forgot heals again. I don't know what's going on, but that sounds rough. So let's take a look at how to do this. So I think, okay. Close. Let's see. Oh, I have to go back into the manager. Manager. This is gonna sound really odd considering I just had like a public stream for 4 hours, but I'm feeling shy now. Like, I'm like not wanting to go into somebody else's stream, just in case. What if they don't like me? Okay, don't be silly. It's gonna be fine. Gonna be brave. We're gonna make friends today. How do I do this? God. Raid. And then I think it's at. Raid followed by the name. Okay, raid. Hopefully NOLM. I hope that's an L9 like that. Okay. So I'm gonna try this. Hopefully it works. And yeah, hopefully we're gonna make some new friends that like D&D. I've never played Neverwinter, but it comes up, so it must be a D&D like or Wizards of the Coast video game. That sounds very cool. So let's go see what that's all about. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I think it's working. But thanks so much for hanging out, and I'll see you guys later. I'll talk to you in the Discord or in the next stream.